because I got some stuff I want to do. Rainless, you're sleepy? I get it. I'm doing great. I did sleep in today a bit more than I wanted. So I didn't end up getting to the DMV for my enhanced license, but I'll do that Monday morning. They opened super early, so it'll be fine. I did go for a good walk, though, which is nice. For what? For the feature flag thing? Vexilla. Mainly because I wanted to build a platform around it, and I still do. But, you know, I wanted to be the first one to be able to do that. Technically, I would have gone with a different license, and I may relicense at some point, because there's a new one called, like, the Fair Source license or something like that. Is it fair.co? No. Fair.io. Yeah, so the functional source license is the one that I would probably go for next. Like, if I decide to pivot. Just because this one is like a static amount of years, etc. So it's easier to get approved inside of like organizations. But in general, I wanted to do a software as a service with it. And I wanted to be the only one that could do so for at least a time. You know, if I stop innovating after X amount of time, anyone can do it. If you just want to use it internally, go for it. Like, you know, you just can't run your own business off of it. That's the only thing it protects. You can use it for your business, but you can't build your own like software as a service on top of it. You can build a software as a service that uses it, etc. But yeah. So it's more just to protect the business interest of it. Does that make sense? Did I explain it well? Okay, cool. Yeah, when I had decided on the business source license, I hadn't been aware of this, but I believe this is what Sentry uses now. And Sentry is one of the big like proponents of this. So yeah, alternate fair source licenses. There's Bustle, and then there's Faircore. I guess Faircore includes like license key support. So if you're going to be doing like self-hosted software with commercial features, this one would be worthwhile. But the biggest thing is Bustle here, because each individual like implementation is its own unique thing. Getting it approved at an organization requires that the organization approve it, right? So like you have to run it up to the lawyers every single time. Even if it is Bustle, they can't blanket approve Bustle because each Bustle is its own thing. Whereas Fair Source License doesn't have any variability. So at an organization, if your lawyers have signed off and said, yes, you're allowed to use software with this license, like MIT or BSD, then you can use any software that has that license. FSL is the same way. They can just broadly apply and approve functional source license, but they can't do it for Bustle. So it's more about being able to get into enterprise easier while still being open source, but not giving everything away. So yeah, this is where we got to yesterday, right? You click this, and you can see, yep, we got a reply button. I also maybe want to put a mark as read over here. I think either one is going to actually initiate the request. Right, so the idea is we want to mark something as read. If you click reply, you'll also mark it as read. And it'll close this window and it'll pop you out to a new one. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure about that part. I at least want to have a mark as read button here. If this pops out to a new window and you do your thing and then come back and this is still showing, you have the option of marking it as read. I think that's better than marking it as read just the moment you click into it. But before we even do the mark as read part, we need to paginate. We got way too much stuff on this page. Yeah, this is absolutely real data. Has been the whole time. So we'll have a link with a count for the unread and the read. We'll have a per page button here. At the bottom, we'll end up having a get more. We'll think about search. Like, ideally, searching isn't something you would care that much about. Oh, we may want to have like an archive. And the size of that archive would also be like your like based on your billing tier. So Moshiko, this is transitory, right? This is transient. In general, these events are something you respond to or don't, and you're done with them, right? So we're actually going to be clearing this out. Based on your billing tier, these things will end up getting deleted from the database when they are old enough. Right? So there's not a lot of value to saving this stuff for a long time. So I do think search could be valuable, but it's not nearly as important as some of these other things. I think first step is pagination. We need to do that part first. This is from the Blue Sky firehose, which is totally public data. Now hold on. How is it that we have stuff that's in the future? Yeah. All right. So we got something we're doing weird with the ingest of the time. So we got to fix that. Yeah. Yeah. There's something weird about the time value. I know, right? Yeah, it's definitely time zone issues. I'm not sure exactly what or how, but it's definitely time zone issues. Yeah, we'll have to fix that. Give me a second though. My water should be done pouring, and I am thirsty. Okay, and I'm back. Sorry about that. And yeah, the bane of all programmers. Damn it, I forgot my water glass. 1 second, sorry again. Wow, okay, and I'm back. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I'm storing everything as UTC, or so I thought, but there's obviously something I'm doing different. Hold on. So let me double check one thing. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I don't know how I missed this. Yeah. Why was that not obvious at first? So yeah, I used up all my tokens. So that explains a lot. But I could switch to Claude. And then I wouldn't have the tokens issue. Ah. Okay. So hold on. Let me just double check one more thing. Justice. No, it's right there. Like, you can do it right now. We are adding other features. I work at GitKraken. I don't know if you know that. Sorry, so I'm responding to one of our product managers right now, because I reported it. 1 second. Okay, sorry. So I just wanted to respond there. Oh, and YouTube, I need to pop that chat out real quick. I just realized I had yesterday's chat showing on my teleprompter for YouTube. There we go. And project's coming along well, Maniac. And yeah, that bread that you recommended was really good. I ended up eating more of it with my fish pakora. So basically, the next day after the Indian food, I had some fish pakora left over, and I had some of that other bread left over. And I ended up just taking the fish pakora and putting it inside that bread and like eating it almost like a sandwich kind of thing. It was good. Yeah, I like naan better with the butter chicken. The paratha was good as like dipping into the sauce after I had finished up all the chicken. But yeah, I like the naan better, or like the way I eat the butter chicken at least. Like I take the naan and I like scoop the butter chicken and rice onto it and then eat that. Flour versus wheat for you. Yeah, how's it going, pet food guy? Yeah. Food talk. Yeah, this is a foodie stream in disguise. Okay, so back to what we're doing. We want to set up pagination. We should do that part first. I like what we got so far, though. Pretty happy with it. But how's everyone's Saturday? What are y'all up to? All right, so keyword events. Yep, list keyword events by org ID and keyword ID. Watching some hockey? Nice. Okay, so limit and offset. Those go in there. And we'll just do limit and offset right now. And we can always improve it later. Because we have a time zone issue. Yeah, as is tradition. All right, so if we're doing that there, right, we'll let those default. Oh, hold on. What's the right way to do? In 32 minutes means it's in the future. 32 minutes ago means it's in the past. So we have a time zone issue. Maybe it really is from the future. Exactly. Elixir. I guess with Elixir, you can only default one value at a time, right? Like brainless. So the right way would then maybe be. No, hold on. Elixir default value function. Oh, it's the other way. That was it. Okay. Had the slash the wrong direction. So technically, if we just refresh, that should work. All right, we get our 10. What I'm thinking is instead of 10, maybe we do 20. All right, so then the other place we care about this is keyword event controller. Oh, I guess it would, wouldn't it? I mean, let's just double check. Yeah, I think you're right. I just want to make sure. Oh, so technically it's always going to be 1 because we need like an aggregate function. How are we getting the total elsewhere? Let me look at that. It does. What you're seeing is the list of all 20 that came back, but it's putting it inside of the item, right? So that's probably the right way. Just use someone else's thing. Yeah, I think I still want to do it myself. So it's almost like I need to do an aggregate function, but I also maybe I just do it as a separate query. Oh, and this one we actually just want to leave that way. It's down here. What up, Mimisiku? How you doing? And keyword events metadata we don't care about. Oh, and we want to do def. So, I mean, this would get us the total, but I also want to get the total of red versus unread. And what would that query look like? Why does it think that's correct? All right, so yeah, let's ask an LLM real quick. This is Theo's like chat thing. So far, I don't really think I notice anything too different. Like, sure, it does a lot of like local caching, and it's fast, and the UI feels nice enough. I could just be using Claude too. I don't notice much of a difference myself yet, but definitely worth checking out. Oh, oh, okay. Got it, got it, got it. So we do filter instead of where. Mm. What am I missing here? That's exactly what I have. So it's not exactly what I have because I'm messing something up. What am I messing up here? Here's my guess. Yeah, so it's just bailing out on the first one it sees. Both are incorrect. Let's just double check this. Maybe I'm just going crazy. I completely missed it. Right? Like there might be some subtle difference. Technically, it complained about both. Yeah. All right. It's the exact same. All right. So we verified that they're the same thing. I mean, like that? Well, it doesn't like that at all. Do you mean around the whole thing? Auto formatter removes it. But now we don't get the error. What the hell just happened? What? We didn't change anything. Oh, wait, no. Yeah. It's because, yeah, sorry, brain fart. Yeah, so the auto formatter removes that. So I could do it with fragment. So it doesn't hate that. I mean, T3 is just a wrapper, so you can pick any of the ones that you want, right? So we could switch to GPT-4.1, Gemini. They've got a bunch, DeepSeek, etc. I'm on the free tier, so, you know. It's nice enough. I'm just using it to support Theo, you know? Why not? I like the ability to switch it up, right? So I don't have to go anywhere else to like change the model if I want to try something. You know, maybe we aren't getting the right result with 2.5 flash, so maybe we could try Claude. I don't know. It does. Yeah. So I'm curious about that part. No, this is all their keys right now. Um, well, let's try it. So yeah, that worked fine. So yeah, they're doing something to pass the context easier. Yeah, it's pretty solid. Like he really has concentrated on the user experience pretty well. Like I don't use this stuff nearly enough, but it's pretty cool. Oh, do you have a link to that, Brainless? I'd love to see that example. All right, yeah, you're already a regular, so you can link it. Yeah, I mean, you would have gotten hit by the p.value part. Yeah, thank you. Let's look at that real quick. Because I don't know, fragment feels like a bit of a red flag to me. So wait, where do you see? Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah, where do you see the? Oh, here we go, up a little higher. So like as an example with coalesce. Because yeah, I don't see that with count. Oh, but they're doing it with maybe average. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I mean, let's try it. Because yeah, I don't know, fragment feels dirty. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, brainless is. I mean, they're not going to claim they're an expert in T3 in Elixir, but they're definitely more experienced than I am. Like they work with Elixir in their day job. This could just be that LLMs in general just aren't great at like doing Elixir specifically. There you go, Sithal. And cool. Over on the YouTube, 1 second. Let me do my project command for you, and I'll copy and paste that for you. There you go. And maybe I should pin it. Ooh, that's maybe a good idea. Ooh, I like that. Ooh, I'm gonna start doing that. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I might start doing my today command that way over on YouTube. Honestly, I just need to build a good chatbot. What's up, Lady Marshmallow? How you doing? What is that about there, cool? Is that some like... Okay, I was going to say, is that some key phrase so you can clone my voice? And yeah, Maniac. No, I totally get you. I mean, technically, we do have a good chatbot. Cadbury, like, for the song and all that stuff, nails it. But I just need to add some, like, some deeper functionality. For other stuff, we're using Nightbot. Like, honestly, I just want to move off of Nightbot. And, yeah, I'm thinking we could just localize it with Cadbury Bot. And then maybe do some, like, local LLM magic. Because then it'd be really nice if someone just, like, asks the question, what are you working on? The LLM could maybe automatically call the Nightbot command or whatever. Or, you know, whatever we end up using instead. I think that's, like, really the future of chatbots here in chat. Like, on Twitch and YouTube. Instead of manually running a command, let the chatbot interpret each message. It would only work on smaller channels, but it'd be totally worth it. I don't know. Something to think about. Honestly, yeah, that's something Twitch should kind of do anyway. Makes sense, Brainless. So yeah, you're gonna end up migrating your distance queries into like a proper ecto function or something, as like a shareable plugin rather than just like a query snippet. Makes sense. Well, here's the thing. This doesn't complain to us right now. There you go, said Val. Yeah, that makes sense, Brainless. But okay, so we're not going to do the metadata yet. I just want to log it and see what happens. Old Kenny Loggins. Okay. Yeah. It is. Yeah, cool. Yep, neo-brutalism. Because, yeah, I'm not a designer. Not at all. Right, and it ends up looking good enough. Yeah, that is way snappier, too. I like that. Yeah, I think we're doing good now. The shadows? Yeah, especially like the buttons. Yeah, I really like the buttons. Yeah, I think it only works for so many kinds of sites, you know, and it'll be played out here real soon, but we'll keep doing it for now. Whatever. Yeah, okay. So I like this so far. Doing these two separate queries, not ideal. But it's not bad. All right. But you know what? It's Saturday, isn't it? I'm gonna pour a beverage, especially now that we got fresh water, like the freshest. I cleaned out my water jug properly. It was a little fuzzy on the bottom. That's slightly where like I got a little like roughness in my throat. I think that's where some of that might have been coming from. But yeah, what up, Alpha? And yeah, you know, I should definitely lose some weight. Yeah, low res water. That's it. Really was low resolution for sure. Need more. It had way too much JPEG. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a personal thing. If you don't feel like you need to lose weight, you don't. But I do. So once this lemonade jug is done, and after Cinco de Mayo, I'll switch to just whiskey and water. And I'll start exercising more too, but I'm consuming way more sugar per day with these lemonades than I should. Yeah, I'd like to drop 20 pounds. I weighed myself today. I'm at 181. I was at 179 a couple days ago. I was at like 163 like at the end of last summer. So I'm definitely thicker. Ideally, I'd be around 150. And yeah, I'm only 5'5", 5'6", so like I'm a hobbit person. I should definitely be around like the 150 mark. Elixir fitness app? No, there's too many fitness apps, and I'm not the right person to make something like that. I know we've got someone in our audience normally, or not normally, but every once in a while, who is making a fitness app. Could be worth it, but no, not something I want to build. I don't like the idea of consumer applications. At least not for like not until I am independent and profitable without needing a job, right? So making enough, like making as much as I do now from side projects without having to have a job is the goal. If I can get to there, then I can start doing other fun projects, you know? Like making games and, I don't know, maybe like consumer focused apps. But for me, yeah, like B2B is definitely what I'm going for first. I just think there's more potential for income from it. If you do get a consumer app to take off, you're set, but it's just such an edge case. It's like winning the lottery. Whereas B2B can be really sustainable pretty quick. Exactly. Yep, 100%. All right, so here's what we'll do. We do that. We also want to get some query params from this request. And those query params. Oh, we can actually just do this. What's up, Sleepy? Are you saying you are? Because I'm definitely not. I've never done C++ in my life. Actually, I take that back. I did build some C++ libraries into Objective-C back in the day. Or I tried. I ended up going with just raw C. Account created April 7th, followed April 12th. It's usually not a good sign. Cool. I feel like I've heard of it. I don't know what it's for. Is that some sports thing? Y'all are getting wild. It's just Saturday, man. So cool. Sports app, crazy amount of notifications sent out per month. Sure. Yeah. What I'm like, I guess this is similar. I'm probably not going to be sending nearly as many, but yeah, I guess there is some overlap. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure how YouTube's going to treat that, but yeah, Elixir's great. Discord has some really good articles about scaling WebSockets with Elixir. I don't know, Maniac. I'm not sure. It does seem a little questionable. I know Goob isn't. Well, they are less bot-like. What's up, Mikris? Okay, they transition from Rails to Elixir for certain key applications, resulting in significant performance improvements, scalability, and resource usage. It allowed them to handle greater volume of traffic, update the site faster, and reduce the number of servers required. Yeah, that's pretty standard. Yeah, because of the way Ruby works, it's basically an interpreted language, which means there's like no compilation step. They might have just-in-time compilation kind of things, like for caching, but I don't think so. Ruby basically operates in the same way that like PHP does, where it's just evaluated, right? Because of that, it's all like single threaded, and you have to do the same kind of like connection pooling and like some of that BS. So yeah, Ruby ends up running into a major like performance bottleneck. But Ruby on Rails allows people to be so productive that you're okay with that performance hit for like developer productivity. I think Phoenix is actually like right up there though, like catching up in general, right? Laravel, Phoenix, like any of these major full stack frameworks, I feel like they've coalesced on like a lot of the same stuff. But Ruby does have more libraries. And that's where I think that's where Elixir is still lagging a bit. Like Laravel has way more libraries because of the PHP ecosystem. Elixir, it's catching up. Yeah, cool. But okay, so keep this in mind. I'm not a big fan of DHH, right? But he has a very good point in that build your application in whatever you're comfortable with so that you can be productive, because that's your most expensive resource, developer time. And if you hit a point where your language isn't performant enough, that's a nice problem to have. And if you never hit that point, well, then it doesn't matter if you wasted all the time making it the most performant thing in the world. Like, so much of startups and like software development and building like software as a service in general is more about proving the idea than it is about how it was built. And I think there's a lot of people that misunderstand that, like Spiridon. He cares too much about how the sausage is made rather than just how many he can sell. All right? It doesn't matter if you make the absolute best sausage in the world. If you can only make one a day, you're not going to be in business. Yeah, I mean, so the way I like to think about performance is how much is it going to cost me to do it now in time versus the amount of time it would take me to do it right next, right? Like when I need to. And if it's like a 10x difference of doing it now versus doing it later, well, then yeah, do it now. But if it's going to be the same amount of effort in general, for like doing it now versus doing it later, then just do it later. Right? It's definitely like the cost of an abstraction, like extracting some component out to be used on other pages. Yeah, you could build it as this reusable component, but do you know you need to do that yet? You just think you do. Until you hit that point where you do need it, building out this reusable component that you don't reuse is actually a waste of time. It's definitely the lens at which I like to think about performance in general. How much is going to be the effort to fix it later? Is it about the same as if I did it now? Well, then I'll just do it later. Am I going to save myself 10 times the effort later? Well, then yeah, I'll do it now. Oh, that's rough, Maniac. Do you mind giving us a little more like detail about what the thing you're talking about is, Maniac? And what's up, Stack Overchill? Office 365 for business plans. Got it. Okay. And I'm curious, did you need Office or would Google have worked? You know? Oh, you wanted shared computer access. Shared computer access. What does that mean? Like you can use the same stuff on a different machine? Oh, you can log in with more than one organization's accounts. Oh. That seems really weird that they wouldn't offer that. Yeah, that sounds really basic. Yeah, like what the fuck? Do they not like money? That's super weird to me. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of weird. What is it that you absolutely needed? Excel? Outlook? SharePoint makes sense. Yeah, Excel and SharePoint makes a lot of sense for like the value. Is Word actually that valuable? Is Outlook actually valuable? I really don't think Outlook's worth it. Unless you're talking about just like hosted email. And then Outlook's just a thing. Yeah, yeah. Excel is like the killer feature. And like Google Sheets just hasn't caught up yet. For sure. Yeah, exactly. Cool. Yeah, Google Docs have replaced Microsoft for me completely, but I'm not like an Excel power user. I could definitely see like Excel power users needing proper Excel. All right, like Excel is Turing complete. You know, like you can build anything in Excel. You could even build like basically web apps or like applications. You know, things that are not a spreadsheet, but somehow it's a spreadsheet. All right, so hold on. Let me get more music going. That was the end of the album. Wait, what does Cursor Park do? There you go, Stack Overchill. Yes, exactly. 100%. Oh, that's awesome, Maniac. Yeah, for your in-house apps that you didn't even have, but now you got them. Yeah, that's cool, dude. Oh, and someone asked, like, my favorite whiskey. I like bourbon in general. This is technically not a bourbon. This is Pendleton, which is a blended whiskey. It's a Canadian whiskey, but it's bottled in Oregon. In general, it's nicer to support Canada and Oregon than it is to support Kentucky. But in general, no, I do like bourbon the most. Like when I'm out and about, Four Roses is my go-to. Buffalo Trace is a good second place, and then Basil Hayden's good. At airport bars, they got Woodford usually, which is not bad. I feel like Woodford used to be better. Oh no, cool. Yeah, no, the distraction is part of the thing. Like if I didn't want distractions, I wouldn't stream. I enjoy the distractions. I enjoy the chatting. So yeah, no worries, cool. The entire point is to hang out and chill. Like I build stuff, we get major progress done. And if you're not aware, I don't work on any of this project off stream. Most of the projects you see me work on stream are only worked on stream. So if you watch enough, you get to see from start to finish some of these projects. And not always finish, but finish. Yeah, four wheel. I meant to do that today. I'm going to be doing it on Monday morning. Basically, I can get my enhanced ID for Washington, and that acts as a real ID, but I also need to get my passport anyway. But I have all of the stuff I need for that. I got my birth certificate reprinted when I went to California last year. I got my social security card. I should be good. But yeah, thank you, Four Wheel, because yes, I will be flying to Arizona, like towards the end of May, for like a work thing. And what's up, Surly? How you doing? But yeah, so the part we want to get into is what I'm thinking is that we could actually do a fetch of the metadata separately. Yeah, I've never had a passport there, Kinslayer. But yeah, if we fetch the metadata separately, then it's a single request and we're not doing all of that fetching as the user paginates. And then as a user marks something as read, we just we do a client-side update of that. And then, as they navigate around or refresh the page, they'll get like the full fetch from the back end again. I think that's the right way to do it. Like, I don't think we need to do the metadata fetch on every pagination request. I think I like that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So instead of this index, we'll call it totals. When we see parameters there, hold on. Elixir specs query params? How do we specify those? Is it really just parameter? Oh, it is. Yeah, I see the end path part now. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, that's easy. All right, so then for totals, we want to define that. We'll let it autocomplete, but response-wise, I think we can just do this one ad hoc. I don't think integer is actually the right thing. Janlu, that totally exists. So there's comic code. I think there's like a comic mono as well. Yeah, there's a bunch of people that have made one. Yeah, the first one I linked, I think, is paid. This one, I think, is free. Oh, Comic Shans, I think, is another. I can't remember, actually. Serious Shans. Ooh. Yeah, so there's a couple options. You've been using Comic Code? Yeah. It's a fine thing. Like, you know, is what it is. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Oh, man. They even got the OTP. All right, nailed it. But yeah, they exist. Let's clear some of this stuff. All right. Hmm. We do see integer. Okay, so integer is exactly what we're looking for. I just wanted to double check that. I've made that mistake in the past by just doing the wrong thing. Okay, so type integer. We'll describe it. Hey, what's up, Graham? Mr. Sir. How you doing? And yeah, Graham, how do you feel about using a modal or a dialogue to display this stuff? Pretty sure it's accessible and they're doing the right thing at the base layer, but I haven't actually double checked it. Absolutely fine. Cool. Just making sure. Yeah, Neo Brutalism's a great plugin. Or not plugin, component library. Got it. I don't know if it's focused or not. I am doing it with an A tag, but it's like an on click A tag. So that's maybe a problem. Okay. Yeah, I mean, at some point, if this starts making money, I'd gladly pay for an audit. If that's something you do these days. If not, no worries. Um, I know Todd is not a big fan of doing the auditing. At least not as like his day-to-day job. No, I get that. I still want to pay you for your time. We can figure that out. Totally. I just don't know if I'm at the point where I'm ready to do that yet. Yeah, we can figure that out. I just don't think we're at the point yet. Cool. Yeah, yeah. So Neo Brutalism is actually a wrapper around Shad CN. So it is fully Tailwind based. Yeah, yeah. Like I'm trying to focus on making it usable, but I'm sure there are gaps, and finding those gaps is what I would be looking for eventually. But I still haven't necessarily decided that all of this UI is exactly how I want it yet, so it's not worth wasting any major time on it at the moment. All right, so we just created this endpoint. We're going to call it totals. We do need to get that into our router. Oh, it's fine, Graham. No, no, the chatting is the fun part. Like, yeah, I'm totally down to keep like just chatting. This is what I do. Like while we're chatting, while I at least like got something in my head, I hammer it out and then we can keep bullshitting around. That's the best part. Like I was telling Cool over on YouTube earlier. The whole point of streaming is to be interactive and to hang out, you know? If I didn't want to chat, why would I stream? All right, so we did that in the admin field, but we actually want to do that here as well. There we go. All right, let's fix my posture a bit. I am focused, camera-wise, not work-wise. Yeah. All right, focus looks good. But Graham, yeah, if you're not familiar with the project, basically, you could set up keywords. Such as food, and get notifications maybe to an email address, an SMS, Blue Sky, or sorry, not Blue Sky, Slack, Discord, and I think we'll figure some other stuff out too. That way you can get notified as quick as possible to follow up and reply. It's especially going to be useful for brands because I might end up adding something like, let's say, Get Kraken. Get Lens. Maybe even just Git. Webhooks would be another notification mechanism. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Not Telegram necessarily, but we could. But yeah, webhook would be like the goal. Webhook would be a big one. I mean, cool. I appreciate the lurk over on YouTube. Totally up to you. Basically, on Twitch, you hear my music. On YouTube, you get to put on your own music because YouTube's music copyright BS is brutal. So then it's up to you. Like, do you prefer your own music or do you want to listen to the synthwave that I'm playing right now? Totally up to you. I do really appreciate people watching on YouTube, though. We hit like full partner, so like ads and blah 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 on YouTube recently. I'm projected to make like $4 this month, which isn't a lot, but it's better than nothing. And it's like incentivizing me to like, all right, maybe I should actually publish some real YouTube videos here soon because I've been slacking on it. No, Maniac, I appreciate everyone. Watch wherever you want. There's just a very specific difference between them. On Twitch, you get to hear my music. On YouTube, you get to play your own. Totally up to you. Ooh, Laserhawk looks like they got a new album. We'll have to check that one out after this one. So Git? Do we think that's actually Git? Yeah, this is probably just some other language. Hold on though. So we've got a quick front end bug. Where is formatted snippet? Right there. So I don't think I actually want to do a gap. All right, so there's something up with the way we are concatenating these things. We know there's a space, but the space is being condensed when it shouldn't. like, oh, hold on. There we go. After snippet. So then, yes. All right. So now we're rendering that properly. Yeah, the space was getting condensed. I think that looks a lot better. All right, so back to router stuff. We've got the route added. Yeah, I should have just done /. Oh, but that fails. So why does that fail? Ah, shit. Yep. So it's the way that we are describing the endpoint here. This actually needs to be a schema. And that should build now. Like a glove. All right. So then on the front end, we can start making a request to that. So that's why we'd want to do it. Yeah, okay. We'll pull this out. We'll call it keyword event totals response. Then we got to go make it down here at the bottom. God. Nicely done, Super Maven. Just blows my mind all the time. All right, so yeah. This needs to be imported at the top. There we go. We got one flaw in the back end for that, though. So we got totals here. Oh, it is keyword ID. Oh, man, it nailed that one, too. Jeez. Yeah, no, that's it. Ooh. So hold on. Our router is actually incorrect. by nesting this under events there. Because it was going to put event ID in the URL there. Oh, and yeah, wait, what's up? Yeah, looks like my stream's still good on this end. So yeah, it happens, Maniac. Not a big deal. All right, so now our front end should be able to make that request. Get keyword events totals. Yeah. All right, so then on the events page, all right, so then from there, after that heading, we want to do, we'll just call it a div for now. We're going to have a div within that, and then a div on the other side. So then this is flex, flex, row, get, item center. I think the 4 might be too much. We might make it 2. But then let's do justify between. And honestly, we don't need to do the gap there because we're going to do gap here. Yep, gap 2. I feel like it's listening to me. Yeah, Nori's cool. Thank you for hanging out. And what was it? Lady Marshmallow? Tell her bye from me as well. But yeah, have a good one, cool. Thanks for chilling. All right, so what we're going to do here is, yes, a span. This is going to be total or all. Yeah, thanks, cool. I appreciate it. And I will make some proper content, like actual like videos, like more of those here again soon at some point. I'm slacking. Let me get more music going. And yeah, we wanted to try out a new album from Laserhawk. Ooh, they even have a song that's guest starring Gunship. Gunship's great. Oh, this song's not actually new. This is from 2017. Yeah, whatever. I'm sure it's fine. Ah, thank you. I appreciate that. Cool. Hmm. All right, so we got a cast error, right? It's going to be 0 no matter what because we're not fetching properly. Oh, that's a weird one. So it's actually, oh, hold on. I know what I got to do. I think it's the order in which these things get matched. We do that one first. I think we're better off. And then here it would be the same thing. No case clause matching total. Ah, yeah. Perfect. Nailed it. All right. That was actually something that I hadn't verified yet. But the fact that they're doing an exhaustive match there is awesome. Like, that's huge. So, just to show what's going on there, is we've got this that's checking the permissions of the user, but the action that we're calling didn't get called. Now, if we had done something like, an underscore here, then we could just say everything's fine and who cares. But instead, no, totals needs to be there, and we just need roles.read. No totals JSON template. So, yep, that's another thing that's just me not having the thing. And then boom, we got the numbers. Ah, yes. Okay, cool. So let me go use the restroom real quick. We've got those values there. We're not doing the pagination part yet, but we will. But I do got to pee. So give me a sec. Okay, and I'm back. All right, so we got the totals. We got the requests and responses coming back. And I haven't heard this album. I really like it. I wish they'd let me pay a little bit less than $10 for it, but I don't know. I might buy this one. And yeah, so we're definitely outpacing the 1 an hour. I'm okay with it. And damn, my water jug has never looked. Well, I mean, when I first got it, it maybe looked this clean, but yeah, that is so nice and clear. It's awesome. I should have cleaned that thing ages ago. Yeah, exactly, Graham. Exactly. Yeah, we'll pace ourselves more. And yeah, anyone got any fun games they're playing lately or anything? I really do want to jump back into Oblivion. I never actually played Oblivion all the way through. I think I only played maybe like the starting point. I remember getting to like where the gates or whatever are opening up, but that's like really early, isn't it? It's back when I was like a snowboard bum, and it came out while I was like living in a van, so I didn't have a solid internet connection. And then other games came out, I think. I don't remember what. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Ethan, if you're really into Kingdom Come Deliverance, you probably want to play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Because they take all the stuff that's like amazing about the first, and then they make some of the stuff that's not quite as good way better. And the graphics are amazing. Like, dude, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 almost makes me want to upgrade my graphics card. Ooh, this is the song that has Gunship as a guest. Yeah, after KCD2. Exactly. But yeah, so Graham, you asked what kind of games do I like? I play all sorts of stuff. I'm mainly like an RPG player. Like story driven, make your character whatever you want, kind of thing. My favorite game of all time is Shadowrun on the SNES. We normally skip the singing, but Gunship gets a pass. Oh, it's fine. Yeah, yeah. I was just curious. I need to finish up Avowed. That's a good one. That's by Obsidian. I'm a big fan of Obsidian. They did Fallout New Vegas. They did the original Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. They did The Outer Worlds, which is a good one. Avowed feels like The Outer Worlds, but fantasy instead of space. I'm looking forward to The Outer Worlds too. That'll be a good one. But yeah, how you doing, Sergeant Pepper? Mr. Sir. All right, so we've got our titles, or our totals for each one of these. Hell yeah. Nope, I didn't mean to click that. Jesus. What's up, Standard? How you doing? All right, so let's style this a bit better. I don't think we actually want to see red and unread on the same page. So the all is actually going to go away. We still want to use the total value for some of the things like paginating, right? If we have all of the things fetched that a user has access to, we shouldn't show a load more button, right? And yeah, we're going to switch back to front end stuff for now because we want to style this a bit better. So yeah, we've got those. We're going to do an MB2. Just registered for May's Seattle JS. Nice. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Melky asked me to let him know when it's happening. You know, he'll have to gauge if he can actually make it, but yeah, you might be able to meet Melky. Yeah. All right, so here. Hold on. I want to go look at selection stuff. I know I have a select somewhere. Where do I have it? Selecting notification type. I know there's a create notification modal. Where are we at? This is, nope, that's the verify. Yep, all right, the create's up here. Oh, and it's over in notification. Hold on, wait. They did it from Radix. How dare they? We'll comment that for now. All right, so per page select. We'll just say 20 for now. Hmm. $20, $50, $100? Sure. I don't think there's a problem in letting people fetch 100. Now, you know what? We'll do 10, 20, 50. All right, so hold on. Is this album a little too slow going? Should we bump it up? I feel like we should bump it up. Let's at least give the next song a try, and we'll see. Enya? I mean, sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? I should have just left it with who am I to disagree. You would have gotten the joke. It reminds you of Enya? Well, who am I to disagree? Hold on. That is Eurythmics. Shit! Ah, damn it! Oh, it's such a good joke. Damn it! You're right. Hold on. I guess I don't know Enya. What songs did they do? Damn it! You're totally right. Tomato, tomato. Well, you know what? All right, we're gonna fudge it a bit. Fuck it, whatever. All right, so now it's fiction, but at least it's fun fiction. Damn it, you're right. That's totally Eurythmics. What songs did Enya do? Who can say where the day goes? Like that song or whatever, right? Only time. Like that's the song. Yeah, that's the Enya song. That's like the Enya song. Yeah, no, you're totally right. Damn it. Whatever. It works as a good joke. Oh. There we go. Nailed it. All right, so we do that. Per page. We're not going to have page be linkable. And yeah, all right, no. This music's a little too sleepy time. Irving Force, save us. Oh, he's actually got a new album. No. All right, Irving Forrest, hold on. We're going to check out your new album. It's newish from 2022, but yeah, let's check it out. It's a long one, too. I don't think I've seen him do an album this long before. I think I'm going to have to buy this album. All right, Irving Force. Damn. I'll pass this on to YouTube because you guys deserve to hear how heavy and awesome this is. And they sell you their sedatives. Dude, this is good. All right, it's a little heavy. All right, the yelling part's a little much. All right, Irving Force has listened to a little too much Nine Inch Nails lately. This is good, though. Very industrial. Oh, wow, the transition between those was really smooth. All right, hold on. That one's a bit much. Come on. He's singing too much. When I was doing like the slow voice though, it reminded me of you remember the movie Old School? You got a fucking dart in your neck. Like, it's so good. That's awesome. Like, I love that bit. Old School's a classic film. I feel like it's kind of been lost to time a little bit. You never hear people reference it. Besides, like, the occasional "You're my boy, Blue." No, you're totally right, Battle Gnome. Yeah, yeah. We got there. We understood what he meant, right? That last song was called Patient Prep, and it was just the intro to this song called Backroom Surgery. Dude, if the next Cyberpunk game doesn't feature some Irving Force on it, they're blowing it. All right, so one thing I want to do here before I get too far into this other part. Oh, and actually, yeah, I wanted to get rid of all. So that was a mistake. This may not be your cup of tea, but at least you can't say it's putting you to sleep. It is a web app. Yep. This is the basic elevator pitch. The general use case is a brand like the company I work for, GitKraken, being able to listen for mentions of GitKraken, GitLens, or some other keywords. Right? So that their social media, any brand, so that the social media person at a brand can reply with relevant links, connect people up to support, whatever. It's more about being active via social media when you get mentioned as quick as possible. Part of the inspiration is at GitKraken, we have a Slack channel that aggregates like mentions, or technically when we get tagged on Twitter. Okay, this song's a little much. All right, so Irving Force, it's not all gold, but some of his other albums are good start to finish. But basically, yes, the The idea is to do a similar thing for GitKraken and other brands. The main gist is I'm trying to build this to eventually dog food the other project I have, Walter, right? The quota and balance management tool. That is like the main big project. We need to rename it. We got more work to do on it. But I want to dog food Walter into this to prove out the idea of it. So we do actually need to pivot back to Walter to get it fully launched, renamed, and do some other BS for it. But right now, this is just a good, fun, easy project while I decide on the new name for Walter because Walter is taken. And this is actually like a really fun project to work on, you know? My goal was to actually have an MVP ready for the AT Protocol conference. We aren't even close to that. Like we were not even close to that. That was like last month. Oh, really, Surly? Do you happen to know who it was? I'd love to actually connect up with them. Like, yeah. Damn. Yeah, if you're willing to maybe like connect us up, that'd be cool. Right? LinkedIn or whatever. Or just pass me the name and I'll do a cold reach out to him. Joe Glombeck. Yeah, that doesn't sound like one of our ambassadors. I'm going to guess this is him, right? Senior.net Umbraco guy? Okay. That's him, right? Oh, you're not sure? Does that not look like him? I mean, it looks like he's an event speaker at various things. Yeah, no worries, no worries, no stress. Does that look closer? I feel like the last, like this is him where he's had a job for a few years. The last one was he was like applying for jobs. Okay, you're driving. Dude, totally. Yeah. Dude. Drive safe. We can chat whenever you're in a good place to do so. But yeah, man. Don't even worry about chatting. Like, appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out. But yeah, man. Drive safe. Voice to text? Okay, just making sure. It's kind of crazy that they got the name that well. Wow, the voice text nailed it. Wow, voice to text has gotten really good lately, huh? I get it, Battle Gnome. I think you're creating way more overhead than you need. I know. Might as well give it a shot there, Surly, for sure. But yeah, Battle Gnome, I don't know if, like, there are some people that would be really pumped on that idea. Instead, being productive is way more important. So yes, getting good at vanilla is fine, but you'll get more value out of getting good enough at any framework and letting it handle the heavy lifting of reactivity and other BS, right? If you want to do it just for fun, go for it. But if you want to be productive and continue being productive and being more and more productive as you learn the frameworks, that's the value they bring. Every single vanilla JS project is its own unique snowflake. And that is actually a harm for productivity. In general, most apps are just create, read, update, delete. Hold on, we're skipping this song. Come on, Irving Force, stop it with the weird yelling BS. That's my job. Yeah, Joe Glombeck. This does look like him. Like, this does seem like that kind of person. So yeah, I'll actually, I'll reach out to him. Astro.js solid. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing a marketing site, Astro is absolutely the right way to go. If you're building an application, I don't think Astro is actually the right case. Right? You could just build a client-side rendered solid JS app. And when it comes to front-end dev fundamentals, like, fundamentally, you probably shouldn't be reaching for vanilla JS ever. Yeah, single-page application-wise, yeah, client-side rendered single-page application, yeah, you can just do solid JS and be done. You don't need Astro for that part. The key difference is when you need an SPA, you don't care about SEO because you're behind a login anyway, right? If you care about SEO, then yes, Astro is the right tool. Does that make sense? Right? If Google can't crawl it anyway, you don't need Astro. All right. This album kind of hit or miss. You have a narrow scoped audience, sure. Yeah, but like, do they have to log in to do anything with your application? If so, then you don't need server-side rendering or static rendering. As long as you have per route bundling, you're set. You're doing all you need for your users. And per route bundling is solved by React Router and Vite or whatever like build tool you use. I did miss some follows though. Micro, thank you. That was a half hour ago. Oviber, thank you as well. And Hulu Warrior about 13 minutes ago. Appreciate you. Welcome. Real quick, let me just pull this up over here. And yeah, it does look like they're from the UK and everything. So yeah, Joe Golombek, I'm pretty sure we're thinking of the exact same person. That, to my point, you're using Three.js and Express. Those two things aren't related, but I get it. But yeah, about just productivity. Like, totally, man. Yep. At some point, you may consider something more robust than Express. If you want to stick with JavaScript, Nest.js is a good one. And I think there's another called Adonis, which is pretty solid too. And the way I would recommend is they just act as your like REST API. So Nest is solid, and I haven't looked at Adonis lately, but it's another one that is like a fully featured web framework, like JavaScript focused. There actually aren't that many in the JS world. But I would say like Next.js, not Nest, Next is way overkill. Because you don't need server-side rendering if you're behind a login gate. But you still need a REST API to serve stuff. So yeah, I think Nest is the one that cal.com recently switched to. They were using Next as an API without even a front end. So you were like, if you wanted to work on cal.com open source wise, to spin everything up was like 3 Next.js applications running. One for their API, and like their API calls were way slower because of it, because there's all this overhead that you just don't need when you're doing only REST API stuff. So yeah, you needed at least like a couple gigs of free RAM to run cal.com locally. It sucked. I think they've done a good job of pivoting their backend at least. All right, so let's continue doing this. Um, yeah, no worries, Battle Gnome. Like, if you just want to get shit done, yeah, don't worry about pivoting to Nest at the moment. But Nest gives you a lot of like things that you're probably inventing from scratch at this point, which is a good learning experience. But if you're just trying to get shit done, that's a different goal. And using something that builds that stuff for you is usually better, right? If you're just trying to learn, yeah, like totally. The way you're doing it, you're going to learn a lot. What I would actually recommend is you do it with Express, however you want right now for learning purposes, then build something else or the same thing in Nest in the future. And then the next time you build an Express app, you get to take all the stuff that you've learned about like application or API design from Nest, like where things live and how you connect these things and the separation of concerns of all of it. And then you can actually build your own like Express thing better. In my opinion, for everyone else out there too, building using a framework teaches you the patterns that you'd have to kind of like figure out on your own. And often you wouldn't figure them out on your own. I think frameworks are really good for teaching patterns. Once you've used enough frameworks, you can go and make your own ad hoc, and you have way more like context for how these things should be separated. But yeah, no worries about them. Yeah, I'm stoked for you. Like you're not even a dev, but you're doing the right processes to become one, even if you didn't want to. Okay, so it is a learning exercise. Perfect. So I think you're doing it in the right order then. Yeah. Frameworks would help you organize bits of the code in a better way than having to figure that out yourself. Frameworks have major value just simply because another dev familiar with it, or at least familiar with frameworks in general, would understand how things are structured rather than having to figure out the things that you just decided to do because you didn't have any outside input. Frameworks are for working with other people. By having common patterns, you don't have to train them on that stuff. But yeah, man, as a learning experience, like totally, yeah, you're doing exactly what you need to do. Happy to hear the progress you make. Hold on, so wait, why is that getting kicked to 2 lines? Yeah, exactly, Sergeant Pepper, right? Like, you're already establishing patterns, but those are things that you're probably not documenting, which means that to train someone else on it or to bring on another dev to help, you're going to spend at least you're going to spend more time than you wanted teaching them where everything is. Whereas with a framework, there's documentation already made. And many frameworks follow the same patterns, so people can kind of just like inherently know where to look. That's what frameworks do. But yeah, as a learning exercise, yeah, keep on the path. Then eventually, maybe build the next thing or rewrite with a framework. And then after you've used a framework, making something yourself will be more structured at that point. Yeah. You're massively on the right track there, Battle. Oh, I forgot how good this like saxophone solo was. What's up, Awful Waffle? Batman, what am I drinking? It is Pendleton with water and then lemonade mix. You know, the standard. Same thing we typically drink. An X Factor, 35 months of your prime, man. Thank you. All right, so let me go use the restroom real quick. I need to pour some more water too, and I will be right back. Enjoy some more Irving Force while I'm out. Like, it'll just be a couple minutes. But yeah, so we're building out our pagination. We'll figure out some of the styling BS, but as we kind of do this, right? Like selecting these things should update what we see in the URL if it's not the default. And it will dictate how many things we see on the page. As we update it, we'll cause a refresh. And then if our number of things on the page is less than sorry, the total, then we will show a load more button at the bottom. So yeah, I like this. I'll be right back. See you in a second. Okay, I'm back. See, that was quick. Oh, it's way higher than 116. For sure. Yeah, so by the drink command, you mean like, what am I drinking, right? Like lemonade or whatever? Sure. Rather than like the counter. And yeah, it is way higher than 116. Slightly off. Just slightly off. $350 a year? No, it's probably closer to like, right, if we do like 5/7, 5 of 7, like a perfect 5 out of 7. Um it's closer to like 250. A perfect 5 out of 7. I take 2 days off a week, Cutter. Wednesdays and Sundays. Yeah. Trips to conferences also eat into it. Crazy part is I stream more than I used to snowboard. Well, I didn't always stream every day. For the first couple years, for the first year, it was only a couple times a week. And I didn't have a whiskey every time. Like, I've definitely increased consumption over the years. Sure. Yeah, we'll count it. No, I was not at React Miami. I didn't get my talk accepted, and I couldn't justify paying for it out of pocket. Right? Like, I couldn't justify paying for a hotel room, paying for the flight, paying for all the food I would eat while I was there, paying for my own ticket. And also, like, then I'd have to be in Miami. No, thank you. It's just, dude, I don't like the heat. I don't like the sun. It's the wrong place for me. It's totally the wrong place for me. Yeah, Pacific Northwest is the best. So here, right now, all we have is a mark as red, but we may also have like an archive button eventually. Right now, it's just a single thing, but in the future, there will be more. Not it. Yeah, there you go. Not it. When did that become a thing? Cotter, need to eat lunch. Dude, it's 5 p.m. That is not lunch anymore. Back home to some seasons. There you go. Yeah, I'm a cold weather person too. Yeah, I'm gonna have to really think about like air conditioning here soon. Like, technically, I need to think about a different apartment. Just because this one's at like $3,200 a month now. I could find something like across the street for like 500 less a month. At 500 less a month, that's $6,000 a year that I'd save. That's kind of worth it. $6,000 a year in savings would absolutely be worth the effort of moving, especially if I can stay in the same like area. Oh, right. ID doesn't exist on that. That part's annoying. All right, so hold on. I think we can do W fit. What is up with the width of that thing? Built in the 20s? Brutal. Well, I mean, if it's that old, at least you know you don't have asbestos. That's a glass half full approach. Let me get another album. More Irving Force, right? We want something a little crunchy, yeah? All right, so let's think about this a little more. White space, no wrap? Is that a thing? There we go. All right. Great for keeping the house cool. Yeah, probably not great for like insulating during the summer, right? Or during the winter, I should say. Honestly, given the chance, I would do like an underground build. If I had all the money in the world, I would actually do like 3 or 4 levels of sub basement kind of stuff. As long as you have good ventilation and good like drainage, you're good to go. And you'd stay nice and cold. But also like insulated during the winter too. On a slope would be a good idea. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's my dream. I want to do like 3 or 4 levels of like sub basement with just like maybe 1 or 2 above ground. But yeah, like you increase the cost of building massively because like how do you bring in the equipment to excavate, you know? There's a lot of like bullshit there. Oh, Handley, dude, don't ever feel bad about showing up whenever you showed up. You showed up. That's better than not showing up. No, I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out, Handley. Real quick, there's no way that you're like Jeff Handley. The nougat guy, right? I'm gonna guess no, right? It's like a different spelling and all that. But yeah, I got to meet that dude. I got to meet one of the dudes who maintained or at least helped write or something. He had something major to do with Nougat. And like NUGET, right? The Windows thing. It's actually one of my biggest regrets that I didn't take him up on a job offer like ages ago. I had just gotten my first job in tech at like an agency, but he found a blog post I made about like progressive enhancement and server-side rendering, and like I had built out isomorphic forms years before Remix ever even tried that shit. Like years, like dude, at least 5 or 6 years. So like the form would work with or without JavaScript, you know? But it was rendered by the same like back-end pipeline, like all that. Like, dude, I was really proud of that. And he found me from a blog post that I had made. If you guys are not blogging, right, talking about the things that you build, you're blowing it, especially if you're trying to break into tech. You don't have to do the most crazy thing, but by writing about it, you have something you can talk about and something people can discover and read about without you even having to say it. As a dev trying to break into the industry as a junior, write blog posts. It's free. It costs you nothing other than time. You got time as a junior that doesn't have a job, right? I had some other blog posts too where I ended up going to Seattle JS and someone was like, oh man, I was actually reading your blog post earlier. I forget which one it was. I don't know if it was the same one. I think this one was probably about Express and Koa. But still, like, yeah, you can just write things and Google will index it, you know? You're kind of blowing it by not just writing things. Share what you learned, even if you don't think it's novel. By writing it out, you understand it better. Yeah, I think there's a big gap in what juniors think is worth making a blog post about. Everything. Everything. It's okay if you're wrong, it's just a blog post. But if you make something really cool, it becomes more than just a blog post, which is fine. But all right, so we've got this like per page thing. We can select how many things we want to show per page. Ooh, some neighbor's cooking something that smells delicious. Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, if someone discovers a blog post and reaches out to you, you've got a major upper hand. It doesn't mean that, like, yeah, you're the shit, but it means that it's easier than going through, like, the apply to 1,000 jobs and see what happens thing, right? And there's something to having to put your thoughts onto paper into a blog post. By writing that out, you understand it better too. And then if someone asks you, like, what's something fun you've done, you've got all these blog posts that you can, like, go back to in your brain and explain, but you've got practice explaining it. You've turned it into a start, middle, and end You know, like the thesis of it is something that you can explain. And it's like, I don't know. There's a lot of value there. So every junior out there trying to get their first job, are you blogging? You probably should. It's easier to write a blog post than it is to build a whole new side project. Your interview for your current job was dinner at a posh restaurant. No leak coding, no having to prove yourself. Just eat some food and check you fit with the team dynamic. You proved everything else and made yourself low risk by showcasing what you knew in blogs. Yeah. I mean, dark matter, that's huge. 30K a year just off of like a website you built? That's awesome. I wouldn't even say like you need to classify yourself as a junior at that point. There is stuff that probably makes you still a junior because you haven't worked on a team maybe. That is my definition of a junior. You could be really, really proficient as a solo dev. But if you've never worked on a team, you're still junior. Because like mainstream big time software dev is working on a team to do stuff, right? So, yeah. It's okay to be a junior. If you have enough coding experience, you're going to progress beyond junior real quick once you understand how to work on a team. How to take vague task descriptions, estimate them, and turn them into something real, right? Like, so much of software dev isn't just hammering out code. It's the processes around it. And if you have no experience with that, you're still junior. Doesn't matter how much code you've written. The good news is you can progress beyond junior really quickly once you understand the business processes. Yeah, Sergeant Pepper, it belongs in a museum. We should play that album next. We'll do it after this one. But yeah, I think that's the big part. There's nothing that's going to help AI work within a team and understand like how to ask for clarity and better descriptions of tasks and how to write specifications and blah, blah, blah. Right? There will be people there that need to do those things, no matter what. And that's fine, Battle Gnome. Honestly, that's a lot of context that you bring to the table. That's more context than some fresh out of college graduate, you know? Life experience is context. That's why people getting into tech later in their career who've had to work shit jobs, they have context, which actually brings a lot to the table. Right? How to work with other people. Yeah. You've done that if you've ever worked as a server or a busser or a dishwasher. You've had to work with other people. You gain a lot of experience doing that. Some fresh out of college grad who's never had a job at all is fucked. You know, like those are the people I fear for the most. Juniors trying to break in. Nah, your life experiences have already taught you how to work with other people in some way. And that is actually more valuable than trying to teach some junior out of college how to do that shit. Code's easy to teach. Manners is actually really hard. Being fun to work with is actually really hard to teach. They suck to teach. They suck to learn. People without any of that stuff actually have way more of a knowledge gap or a gap than people who have maybe tried to break into tech later in life. So I do think there's some value there. I don't know. Yeah, we're definitely in rant mode. We're getting some code done. We've gotten some shit done today. I'm not stressing about it, you know? Because we've gotten some shit done. You go as far as to say you can't really teach someone to be fun to work with. You have to be self-aware enough to do that well. I would agree that it's hard to teach, but it's easy to learn. And I know that seems like it's counterintuitive, but it's slightly different. Assuming the person wants to learn. Exactly. Yeah. Pretty much every manager I've ever liked working for had the same understanding of, I would rather have less technical people that work well with other people than someone who's really like a 10x dev but sucks to work with. I don't know a single manager that actually wants to work with a 10x dev that sucks to work with. Right? Right? Team morale is more important than one 10x engineer. Oh, absolutely, their battle gnome. Yeah. Levels.io was coding out his airplane game. And dude made a shitload of money from just like a vibe coded thing. Like, massive respect to him. But it also points out that AI is not going to take your job. Because, dude, the AI kept like remaking functions instead of modifying the existing one. So he had to delete like a bunch of earlier versions of a function because the AI just decided to start making new ones rather than just modifying the existing. It sounds like something a junior dev would do, doesn't it? You know? Well, I'm just going to comment this because I might want to use it later. No, that's what Git's for. If it's committed, you can just delete it or modify it, and we can just use Git to get that history. That's the entire point of version control. No, don't comment out in a giant function just because you think you might need it later. We've got it in source control already. If you really need to go back and grab it, you can do so. And yeah, X Factor, like, I always know better. Those people suck. The 10x people are sometimes needed. Sure, I'll agree with that. But the sometimes is very fuzzy. So, X9, I would say there are times where you've tabbed something out and it ended up sucking. If you didn't recognize it sooner rather than later, I don't know, man. It's not ideal. Yeah, spoiler alert, no, removed. If you're going to use it in the future, you can go through the Git history. Fuck it. Who cares, man? Copy it out to some archive you got going. Who cares, man? Like, you're not gonna need it, right? Yagni. Chewy, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? And yeah, Battle Gnome, thank you for that follow. I missed that one half hour ago. My bad. Ooh, this song's good. This might be the best one on the album, besides that, like, that saxophone solo earlier. Just wait. It kicks into the good part here in just a second. AI code is junior code. So the job stayed the same. This part right here. I love this part. And then this bridge, just wait for it. Oh, that's not even the part I was thinking. It's coming soon. It's a solid song. Here we go. Yeah, dude. Yeah, Irving Force is solid, man. This is Elixir. This is TypeScript. So we're mixing a few things together. Yeah, this is Elixir. This is definitely not Java. Elixir is closer to Ruby. Unexpected field per page. No worries, Battle now. Hey, Surly, thank you for making that introduction. Yeah. Dude, I appreciate that. And that's definitely that dude. For sure. Yeah, Umbraco MVP. Yeah, no. Yeah, he seems cool. I will absolutely start reaching out to him for some Get Kraken ambassador stuff. Yeah, no, like that's perfect. Yeah, I appreciate it, dude. Yeah, that's perfect. You already saved me half the effort. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Per page in query should be good, man. Like, I don't get what the deal is. So Float, no matter what, if you're going to write front-end code, you're basically just writing TypeScript. Or JavaScript, but, you know, if you like types, TypeScript. Most of the other compile to JS languages aren't worth the effort because you can't leverage the same, like, library ecosystem. So in general, TypeScript's it. God, I keep, like, switching over. Oh, hold on. So that's a different thing. Now we're getting a 500, not the 422. Bad argument in arithmetic expression. Okay, so that's a different thing. Whiskey. It's a Saturday, yeah. Whiskey lemonade, for sure. $360. Oh, Arrestus. It's Drama Sans. It's even better. Right? Sans the drama. Easy living. Right? Why you gotta stress about a font, man? Our font's smooth, man. No hard edges. Right? Everything's just rounded. Right? How's your code gonna flow if your font doesn't flow? Checkmate. Checkmate. Like, have you ever seen... Hold on. Let's find one. Let's find one. Have you ever seen a smoother thick arrow in your life? Nope. Smooth sailing, easy living. Damn right. Damn right. So it sees the 20 as a string. Liberation mono? I mean, that's fine, Float. Do whatever you want, man. I don't care. Use whatever font you want. I choose to use what I use. It's actually that simple. It's really easy. It's actually just really easy. Use a font you enjoy, and end of conversation. But that was the end of that album. I said we should probably play the Junior song because Synthwave belongs in a museum, Junior. And so do I. So the main thing, we got a command for it. This is the project. Right now we're working on pagination. And we're just running into like a very slight type issue. Nah, see, Float, it's not about bad or good. It's about living a life you enjoy. Just let people enjoy things, man. Yeah, no worries, Orestes. Yeah, hold on. What does your name mean? I feel like it sounds very familiar to me. Like it sounds like some Spanish word that I totally forgot. It's a Greek name. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, it sounded familiar. The son of Agamemnon. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, solid reference. Hell yeah. It was in the movie Troy? Wait, who was he in the movie Troy? Right? Agamemnon was played by Brian Cox, right? I don't remember who Orestes was played by. And I'm sure I'm saying it wrong. That's a fantastic film, honestly. It's actually a really good film. It's a little, Hollywood. But man, that opening scene, right, with like the giant guy, like, dude, that opening scene, solid. Like, really solid. Yeah, my parents blew it. I'm just another Chris. I'm just another Chris in the sea of Chris's. I'm okay with it, though. There's a bunch of Chris's. There's only one CM Griffing, though. So I'll take it. I like to think I do stand out. Even as far as Chris's go. I'm one of the good ones. Oh, yeah, no. Agamemnon was totally a tool. Yeah, for sure. He was a fucking asshole. Yeah, for sure. It's no wonder his wife cheated on him. What up, COD? Yeah, for sure, Battle. No. 100%. Yeah, Troy is a fun movie. The entire time, you hate fucking Legolas. I forget the actor's name. Orlando Bloom's character. Because he's just spineless. He's just fucking spineless. You know? Yeah, fucking Paris. What a dick. Yeah, fuck Legolas. Like, dude, yeah. Shit. But at least, he did avenge his brother. So it's fine, whatever. Whiskey with Red Bull or coconut water. See, I don't like coconut. Right? Where'd you get the coconuts? You found them. You found them in England. Does the swallow not fly south for the winter? Are you saying a swallow carried it? It could grasp it by the husk. It's not a matter of where it grasps it. It's a matter of weight ratios. A 4-ounce swallow can't carry a 1-pound coconut. It's against the laws of physics. Yeah, there you go. Well, Battle Gnome. Oh, I don't know that one. Ah! Like, yeah, for sure. I love that movie. I'm so thankful that my parents exposed me to Monty Python really young. When I was like a snowboard bum, dude, nobody liked Monty Python. Oh, that British humor? I don't like it. Right? Like, dude, it's crazy how like rednecky the snowboard world is. It's actually kind of really sad. It's amazing how rednecky the snowboard world is. Yeah, exactly. Hold on, what's the IT crowd reference, right? Like subtitles? Oh, she's not bringing us to something with subtitles, is it? Like, no, no, I hope not. Oh my god, how am I supposed to like read while I'm also trying to see things? You know, like yeah, for sure. Like, dude, that's like the modern world in general. You can't expect me to read while I'm also trying to see things. Next time you bring us to a show about talking fannies, there better be talking fannies. All right? IT Crowd was good. Graham Linehan sucks. It's actually kind of sad how like far that dude has fallen. It just goes to show, like, you can write some really good shit and still be a shitty human being. Graham Linehan, J.K. Rowling, etc. Just because you're good at writing doesn't make you a good human being. Orson Scott Card, the guy that wrote Dilbert. They're like, dude, the list is endless. It's kind of crazy. We can appreciate their art while recognizing they suck. But I just want to point out, Pablo Picasso was never called an asshole. He could walk down the street and women could not resist his stare. Pablo Picasso was never called an asshole. No, Orestes, it's a song. I don't know if you know the song. No, I will absolutely believe he was an asshole. But it's a really good song. I'll play the song right now if you haven't heard it before. I only know the song because of the movie Repo Man. You ever seen the movie Repo Man? Oh, it's fine. Like, I'll play the song right now. Don't worry about it. We heard the song we wanted just now. Yeah. Let me just put it on for you. If you haven't seen the movie Repo Man, though, well, okay, yes, you got homework. If you've never seen the movie Repo Man, you've got homework. Not Repo Men, the fucking, early 2000s Pretty Boy, what's his name movie, but Repo Man with Emilio Estevez. Yes, absolutely. That is part of your homework, for sure. Because even if you don't necessarily like the film, the soundtrack is such a good, like, collection of mid-80s punk that it's really nice. I'm going to play the Pablo Picasso song right now. Because, yeah, I haven't heard it for at least a week. So let's do it. Let's do it. You had a video shop poster of Repo Man on your bedroom wall back when you didn't give a shit. about decorating your room. Yeah, I substituted the word that you meant and just stuck up some posters. Yeah. Repo Man is a solid film. Like, it's like vintage Emilio before the Mighty Ducks bullshit, you know? Oh, nope, not that. Hold on. We'll get there. The Modern Lovers. Yeah, the Modern Lovers tracks. There you go, YouTube. That's the song we're talking about. This is some like solid like 80s punk for sure. All right. All right, let me double check with the gaming crew tonight. Are we playing games? Right? Robotic Head, you out there? Hold on. I do have to pee. Give me just a sec. Whether we're gaming soon or not. Hold on. Wait. The considered harmful. Yeah. Dude, I stream 5 days a week. I got several YouTube videos. I should make some more. But if you got to get going, thank you for hanging out. We'll see you again, Orestes, for sure. And again, solid name. I like it. I really like it. But let me go pee. I'll get the oven heating up as well, and I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm back. Oven's heating up. Oh, all right. So yeah. Totally different vibe. Use of Days, all right, sure. Pablo Picasso, solid song. Not gonna lie, the thumbnail for this song totally got me. And also, it's a really good song, actually. Music's a little loud. Sorry, let me dial the volume back. Hey, thanks, Alatar. Yeah, this is a good song, for sure. This dude has another one. My baby sent me a letter or whatever, right? Like, yeah, Joe Cocker has like 2 songs I like. I'm not a big fan in general. But he nails it. Like, he's good. Surly, no, he deserves it. I don't give a shit. No, he deserves every single bad thing that comes to him. He's just an asshole, dude. He made some good shit. He wrote some good shit. He's even like a decent enough like actor in some of the things he's been, but as a person, nah, man. I wrote that dude off ages ago. It's funny that they shout him out as the Father Ted co-creator when I feel like IT Crowd was way bigger. That part's interesting to me. I mean, Father Ted's fantastic. I love the show. But there's no way Father Ted is the biggest thing he's ever done. Like, IT Crowd is it. Like, Black Books is bigger than Father... Well, no, Father Ted's probably more famous than Black Books at this point. I can make that concession. Not feeling too good myself. All right, so what is up with our query here, man? Hold on. I got to do this real quick. Not Gray's streams. Gray's social. Here we go. Oh, hold on. All right, we're going to play this one because that's a solid song. Fuck yeah. We might put on John Barleycorn after this one. if we want to really go down the traffic route. Play us a tune. Yeah, I'm not going to sing it as loud as I have to. Hey, thanks, Ethan. Thanks for the engagement. If y'all don't know, this band Traffic, the singer is Steve Winwood, right? Bring Us a Higher Love, Steve Winwood. This is definitely better than his solo shit, for sure, right? Like, come on. Dude, yeah, we just keep getting disconnected. God. Come on, Graves.social. I don't want to leech off your fucking infrastructure. Let me just self-host the thing that you built, please. And I'll shout you out every chance I get. Like, Grace Social seems amazing. Fuck yeah, dude. But dude, I do not want to be dependent upon their infrastructure. I don't like the middleman between me and ATProto. And could I build my own? I could probably build my own. But, like, why would I do that when they've already built it? And they said they would open source it. Like, just open source it. You don't need to do your due diligence. Just make it real. And we're good, man. Fuck it. We can collaborate on it. This is a thing, like... I lost the link. I don't have it right now. But yeah, like, Grace Social's Turbo Stream is something I would absolutely use for everything I'm doing for this project. I would happily promote it and contribute back and do whatever I got to do. And self-host it so I'm not using their infrastructure. If they don't want, like, I don't know, up to them. But I don't like the idea of depending upon a middleman. Number one, from just like an infrastructure standpoint, right? That's just one more thing that could fail. But also, no, if I'm going to make any money off of this product that I'm building, I don't want to do it off the backs of some other company other than just AT Protocol in general, right? Whatever they built with TurboStream should actually be an ATProto, like, native thing. Like, they should just fork it. Just like the Jetstream. The Jetstream was made by a person, and then ATProto and Blue Sky were like, you know what? Nah, we should fork it, and we should just make it an official thing. This is also a thing that should be official. But I'd happily self-host too. But okay, so we're running into an error of some kind, and it's a bad argument in arithmetic expression. And I believe all we got to do Actually, at this level, let's do a data conversion before we pass it on. No, that's fine, Battle Gnome. Yeah, no, I get that. Hold on. We're gonna pause it. Yeah, I love this song, but no, I got other songs to hear first. I needed to hear this song. I haven't heard this one in ages. I didn't realize how much more a fan of Crosby, Stills, and Nash I was over some of the stuff my parents played. I put Crosby, Stills, and Nash without the Young above Cream, actually, at this point. It's just a vibe that I relate to more than what my parents used to play, like to put me to sleep and all that shit. My dad's a huge fan of Cream and the Doobie Brothers, and Three Dog Night because he actually went to high school with some of the band members from Three Dog Night. But man, like, nah, my jam as far as like this era goes, Crosby, Stills, Nash. I think I relate to these fucking hippies more than I relate to the other hippies. But yeah, no, Father Ted is fantastic. Battle Gnome. Father Ted's an amazing, well-made show. Do you know, like, the bit of trivia? Technically, Father Ted was going to be played by the rival father. I forget his name, right? But the guy that played, like, the rival of Father Ted was actually the person they wanted for Father Ted in general. And Father Ted's actor, I'm forgetting his name too, was actually going to be like the rival guy. But like scheduling conflicts and other things, it just landed on the main guy being who it was. Fantastic though, because I think it worked out. Because I don't know, man. I don't know if the other guy would have done it right. There's something about how Father Ted is that gray-haired Father Ted, him, right? And I'm forgetting the names of these actors, so that's my bad. But yeah, it's actually kind of like a cool bit of trivia. It was actually going to be completely flipped, right? Father Ted was going to be Father whatever his name was at the other parish, and then the actor that played Father Ted, Father Hackett, yes. Father Hackett was going to be played by the guy that plays Father Ted. And who knows, like maybe it could have gone longer and dude wouldn't have died. Because I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure Graham Linehan blames himself at least a little bit for the actor that played Father Ted passing away from the episode in which he had to like dance too much, you know? Now he was out of shape and, you know, whatever. But they had to keep doing those scenes because people kept laughing or things kept going wrong. And like he was dancing with the other dancing priest, right? The actor that played Father Ted died like that night, you know? I'm pretty sure Graham Linehan blames himself at least a little bit because of that. Which I don't know if he should because we could all be healthier, right? Yeah, it's actually gnarly. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, there's a bunch of really cool Father Ted trivia. Yeah, it was basically after that last episode Like, keep in mind, not all episodes are recorded in order. That episode they recorded where Father Ted was talking to the dancing priest, and he was dancing with the dancing priest, I believe that was like the final episode. Like the final one they recorded. I believe. No. Hold on. Sorry, not that episode. It was the episode where Father Ted is dancing and there's like the depressed priest. It was the depressed priest episode. Sorry, I mixed them up. Right? So Father Ted was dancing around, doing his thing, like, oh, I love this song, you know? Like, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I love this song. Right? And there's like the depressed priest. The depressed priest kept laughing during that scene, and that actor actually blames himself for that. Right? Because he kept laughing as Father Ted's just like, oh, I love this song, like doing his thing. Yeah, Father Ted, the actor, died that night, basically, right? And the actor that played the depressed priest blames himself, actually. Which is even sadder, because, like, damn, like, the character he played is depressive. Like, damn, that would be depressive, too. Like, oh my god. Right? You know the episode, the one where, like, the depressed priest is, like, happy, and he's like, you know, all right, I'm good. And then he goes and gets on, like, the bus, and he's traveling on the bus, and the bus driver's like, you mind if I put on just the radio? The guy's like, do whatever you want. And he puts on some fucking Radiohead, and the depressed priest starts listening to Radiohead, and you just see, like, the smile, just like, right? Because Radiohead's just that depressing. Like, dude, like, it's a really good bit, but yeah, that was the episode. Sorry. Yeah. That was, like, the last episode that they recorded because Father Ted, the actor, passed away that night. So yeah, my bad. It wasn't the Dancing Priest episode. I was mixing them up. Yeah, it was absolutely during the series. Yeah, they would have kept going. They would have had another, like, season or two for sure. Southern Man? Hell no. Hell no, we're not listening to Southern Man. There's a song I want to hear real quick. All right, there's a few. The one I want to hear right now is Wooden Ships. Because someone actually mentioned a band called Wooden Ships, like, spelled differently. And it had me thinking about it, and I haven't heard this song in a while. So I'm, like, fiending for it. I know it's on my car mix, but it hasn't come up while I'm driving in, like, a year. It's fucking kind of a bummer. Because this is absolutely a song I will sing in my car. But yeah, Noreen's Battle now. Yeah, it started to bring the mood down. My bad. Alright, so the bug we gotta fix is we just need to cast what we're getting from the query params here to an integer, right? It's actually super easy. We gotta look up the right way to cast a potentially string or integer to an integer, right? Because that's the part that the back end is yelling about at the moment. Other side. Oh, man. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not going to blow out your fucking eardrums by trying to sing this stuff, but I sing this song in the car for sure. I'll turn it up because it's a little quiet. All right, so one thing I do have to do, let's look it up. Hold on, if we type T3, wow, T3 chat doesn't come up. All right. He's got some SEO to do. No, yeah. T3 chat, like, no, their URL is t3.chat. Like, it should totally be that. I'm just doing what I get for free, but T3 chat lets me pick. We just did GPT-4.1. Are you sure? Right? Like, you can switch up the model. Actually, in the middle of things. That's fucking cool, dude. That is a much nicer feature than pretty much every other, like, chat tool I've ever used. Yeah, man, I'm just saying. It's worth it. Hold on. Hold on. All right. Shit. Twitch fucks it up. God damn it, Twitch. Whatever. I think they'll still see it, so it's fine. Fucking Twitch. Twitch doesn't understand that that shit works. Oh, god damn it, dude. Am I the only one here that fucking hates Neil Young? I don't care about him as a person. He seems probably cool as a person. I just hate his fucking music. Right? You know, like I just if I hear Neil Young singing, I get irrationally angry. I don't know, man. I can't explain it. I never will be able to explain it, but if I hear Neil Young, I get irrationally angry. Maybe rationally angry. I don't like Neil Young's music, man. I hate the sound of his voice. I hate most of his songs. I actually like some of the things that he puts his foot down about, right? Like anti-Spotify. Nailed it. All right, cool, man. The person you don't like is right every once in a while, you know? All right, so real quick, let me go throw some pizza into the oven. You watch a music lawyer and she's taking all her music off Spotify? Dude, Spotify sucks. I am anti Spotify. I am 100% anti Spotify. Yeah, for sure. No, dude. Hold up. We actually have a thing. Dude, if people just simply paid for music they like, artists could actually afford to make music. Spotify does not pay the artists. The only people that can afford to be on Spotify are people who have a record label that already paid them a paycheck, and then they just get residuals, you know? The record labels and the industry in general and Spotify are actually the worst thing that's ever happened to music. If you want to support an artist, buy their shit on Bandcamp. I'm not saying buy every single thing you listen to. If you like Katy Perry, who gives a shit? Yeah, Spotify that shit. Who gives a shit? Katy Perry doesn't need the money. It's not like she's going to use it to practice her choreography or some bullshit, you know? Hold on. There is one Robert Palmer song, this one right here. This is actually my favorite Robert Palmer. That last one's good. This one's actually like early Robert Palmer. This is Robert Palmer's best song. And dude, he's dead. He doesn't need your money anymore. So listen to Robert Palmer wherever you want. Spotify, YouTube, whatever. You got an artist you like? Buy the album. It depends on the artist, right? For most shit, like mainstream artists, yeah, just use whatever you want. If they're indie, ooh, you should probably pick a way that actually gets them money. If you've bought an album, listen to it wherever you want. But if you actually want an artist to continue making music, you gotta buy the album. You just gotta do it. It's the number one way to convince an artist that they should keep doing what they're doing. No, Spotify has always been that evil, Koros. No, it's always been that evil. It's the main reason Tool didn't have their music on Spotify for the longest fucking time. It's the main reason why a person I don't like in Neil Young was not on Spotify. Right? Like, nah, man. You want to support an artist, Spotify is actually like the worst way to do so. Or at least like way up there with the worst ways. Now, Spotify has always sucked as far as compensating artists for their content. Nah, dude, yeah, no, Spotify sucks. I don't either. I just created one recently because I'm looking into how we can publish our Get Crackin' podcasts. That's about it, right? Like, because we're not in it for the money, right? It's a promotional thing. But dude, yeah. Don't support Get Crackin' by listening to the podcast. Listen to the podcast because you find it interesting. You're not supporting Get Crackin' whatsoever by listening to the podcast. Like, we're not going to make any money off it. No, we make money by making a product that you pay for. And that's basically how musicians work too, but people have like lost that connection. You know? Spotify is a discovery engine. If you never buy an album that you like off of Spotify, nah, you're not supporting anyone. You're not doing anything to help that artist. And if they stop making music, you're part of the problem, you know? Apple Music, Amazon Music, like, yeah, any of these aggregators suck. They really suck. They do not support the artist whatsoever. So this artist, Citizen Cope, I don't give a shit if I support him. He actually sucks. Dude, he's one of those assholes that will like book a concert and then get too drunk to show up. Like, he's the performer and he's too drunk to show up. If I get too drunk to actually like use my ticket, I'm the only person being hit by that. This dude's one of those assholes that gets too drunk that can't even perform at a concert anymore. Right? Like fucking dude from Guns N' Roses style. So yeah, like, listen to this dude's music from Spotify. Who gives a shit? I don't care if you support this dude. This dude sucks. He makes some good music. As a person, fuck that dude. It just comes down to, is it an artist you want to support? And that's a thing you need to consciously think about, at least every once in a while, you know? He makes some bops, man. He makes some songs. They're good. But as a dude, he sucks. As a person, no, dude. I wouldn't even buy this dude a drink. Hell no. I would not even buy this dude a beer. I wouldn't even buy this dude a Pabst. Spa tube? Okay, there you go, Kuros. No, that sounds cool. I'm in. Spa tube. Oh, so it's like an open source thing too. Oh, that's even cooler, dude. Sweet. Yeah. I got the link now. Thank you. It's a good song, right? Yeah. Nor uses Electron. Ooh, all right. I mean, I think Electron is totally valid. I don't think Electron's a problem. I think too many other apps, like sure, Electron has an inherent 3 to 500 megs of RAM that it consumes. If it's consuming more than a gig, that's up to the app developer that's fucking up, you know? It is 3 to 5, right? 300 to 500 megs of RAM. I get that. That's Chrome in general. But anything worse than that, that's the app developer. Blame the app dev. Don't blame Electron for bad app devs, you know? All right, let me go grab the pizza I got. And yes, I need to build out what we're doing over here on the back end using this new 2-integer utility that we built out. I want to end stream on making this shit work. So, BRB. Right? Before I even hop over to gaming, I want to make this shit. All right. So this stoner has some pizza. Keep in mind, I bought this pizza actually cold, meaning they didn't fully fire it on their stones, which means it actually falls apart more than it should. But if I'd let it cook a little bit longer, it'd probably be fine. This is on me. It'll be good either way. But yeah, no, I should probably have them cook it next time. How y'all feel about this song? All right, this is Citizen Cope. This is the dude that gets too drunk to like go on stage, but he makes some good music. Oh, and it's a bit loud. Sorry. All right, so real quick, while this shit's cooling down, so I don't burn my mouth. All right, we'll save it, and we'll get the two integer thing going here in the endpoint. What I need to do is basically that. Ooh, solid song. Okay, good job, YouTube autocomplete. All right. And we're set. So if I do this, oh my god, dude. Oh my god. It just works. Oh, it just fucking works. I'm basically Todd, whatever his name is, from Bethesda. Like, it just works. It just works. So we got pagination to a degree. We don't have the next page, right? Like, we need a button after everything saying, like, load more or whatever. We also need to start marking stuff as read, like, eventually we'll do an archived. Oh man, no, this pizza's still hot as shit. And oh man, yeah, it's like, oh, it's just the right amount of greasy. Next time I'll have them fire the pizza so that I can just reheat it. Because yes, I don't have a stone that I'm gonna cook these things on. I just throw them in the oven. If I had thrown it a little longer, it'd probably be better on like the bottom crust, but like the crust would have been like way shittier, right? Because it's crunchy on the crust. No, we're good. We're actually good. What up, Mr. Pamper Carrot? How you doing? All right, so hold on. We got these guys. Let's throw foo in there, see where that even is. Yep, foo, perfect. Good place. Hold on, no, we want to throw it one step below, and then I think it's still good. Yep. So then this is the place where we want this button. Fuck yeah. Automaven nailing it again. You had some good duck soup and just opened a beer? I've never had duck soup. Interesting. I've seen like the hanging like roast duck, and that is like the most appetizing thing I can think of in my entire life that I've never had before. At some point in my life, I want to buy one of those roast ducks, have them heated up, and I just want to eat off of it, you know? No, that sounds amazing. Hold on one second. If I like ramen, I'll probably like it. No, that sounds good. Yeah, for sure. What's up, Chicken Slayer? How you doing? Sorry for the burp. Ooh. And hold on. Yeah, no, we're not going to set search parameters here. And per page is actually wrong too. Leaving off. So this is our plan for Monday. Hunt Showdown? Not necessarily my vibe. I got one more slice of pizza to eat, so hunger. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, we're at a good point where we got a bunch of work done today. But I do want to go play some games with Algo Bro and Robotic Head. And I don't know if you guys are a fan of Algo Bro, just don't quote me on it, but I think he's gonna plan on streaming here again soon, which is cool. I'd love to see his stream again here soon. Looks like Acorn's actually invoiced too. Oh my god, so I'm slacking. I need to go join the rest of the crew. So let's go raid someone who's streaming right now. You thought it was similar to Kingdom Come Deliverance? Kingdom Come Deliverance is a solo player game. Hunt Showdown is not. So, I don't know. No, we had a great stream today. We got a bunch of shit done. Like, yeah, solid day, good conversations. Like, y'all are the best. Like, God, what would I do if I wasn't streaming? I have no idea, because this is my favorite thing besides snowboarding. But let's figure out, sorry for the burp, who's streaming right now? Someone's streaming right now. Danny Stem killing it as always. Blaze Bits. I think Blaze Bits. I think that's the one. Yeah. Now we go raid Blaze Bits. Langgraph AI hacking bot dev. Oh, that sounds fantastic. Yeah, we're gonna go raid Blaze Bits. Ethan, yeah, I'm guessing that we're gonna play some repo tonight, but I don't know for sure. But if you want to join us, you're more than welcome. Whatever we play, you know. Yeah, this is a good song. I love this song. But yeah, we kind of need to pause it so we can go raid someone. YouTube, thank you all for chilling. We had a great day. We got some shit done. This is just the best. But yeah. The person we're rating on Twitch is BlazeBits. I wish YouTube actually had like a raid functionality. We'd send y'all somewhere. But thank y'all for chilling. Thank you for hanging out. And yes, I'll be back here on Monday doing some coding. I'll be here tomorrow on my gaming stream doing co-working because I got a bunch of shit to do. I gotta send off some like conference proposals for talks. I gotta edit some video. I gotta do some other bullshit. Like, yeah, tomorrow is a work day. And I'll see most of y'all over there, right? And we'll play some games too. But yeah, so YouTube, thank y'all for hanging out. I'll see y'all again soon.